Welcome back to the stream, everybody. Thank you all so much for your patience. We are back with more streaming. Today we are doing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Fair warning to everyone, spoilers ahead. While normally it is only the first launch of the game that I do live on stream and then normally have it preloaded up and ready to go for subsequent streams, this game has shown that it likes to do weird things at the beginning of the launch of the game and stuff. So, we're doing that now.
And I'm guessing you didn't download the demo.
I forgot to. And by forgot, it is more of a I am tired and kind of spaced it. Does anyone really, truly know? I seem to have missed something. There is no demo.
Here, 1 second. It's for the Stanley Parable, not Ultra Deluxe.
Okay. The Stanley Parable demo. There's a beginner's guide. Wait, what is this? I guess this is its own game and I already own it. Interesting. Well, either way, let's do the demo first, I suppose. Excellent, Neon. Excellent.
The beginner's guide is a walking simulator game. With a meta commentary.
And to be fair, Neon, I had not played this game at all myself before, or seen anything about it, so, others have probably not seen anything about the Stanley Parable either. This is not a, loading screen. The Stanley Parable demonstration. This way.
I probably should have had you play this first.
Your number is
Welcome
27.
To the Stanley Parable demonstration. Your number is 28. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Okay. Didn't they warn us about recorded voices last time, you know?
This is before the game.
Fair. Fair. Waiting room. Please wait for your number and then enter. Thank you. Oh, okay. So I have to literally sit here and wait for number 28. Oh, wait. I guess I can come in here. What would happen if I enter early? YOLO!
Your choice.
Famous demos. Wait. I just heard somebody humming in
Oh,
here.
hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Stanley Parable live demonstration. It will be my pleasure to guide you through this sneak peek at what to expect in the Stanley Parable. A tease, just enough to leave you hungry for more. How exciting. Can't you just feel that nervous tension? The looming uncertainty? Why don't we drink in the anticipation for a moment, just for 20 minutes or so? Please, for just 20 minutes, don't move or act in any way. Simply remain motionless and let the thrill of demoing the Stanley Parable wash over you.
Well, okay, I guess we're sitting here for 20 minutes, guys. How's everybody's life? You know, give me your life stories, because we've got to kill 20 minutes here.
Oh, wait, I've got it. You know what would really ramp up the anticipation? If I gave you a little tour of the facility and show you how we make video game demonstrations. Yes, you'll be simply out of your mind with anxiety. Come along this way.
Oh. But you told me not to move. So do I follow what you said, or well, I guess I've already moved, so onwards!
This is where I and the other proctors have been working meticulously to construct a demo that explains clearly and concisely exactly what the Stanley Parable is, how it plays, and why you should spend real-world money on the main game. Video game demonstrations are tricky, and without the proper technology, you run the risk of the player having no idea what to expect in the full version.
Demo admin number 9 and number 10. Yeah, Tsunami, this is a very interesting game. Or at least the main game is. This one is definitely seeming very interesting so far as well.
Ah, here is one such technology. These buttons are meant to convey the meaning of choice and the impact of the decisions you make. After all, choices carry tremendous meaning and consequence. Didn't you know that? Go ahead. Why don't you try picking one of these buttons to press, and we'll see what your choice says about you. How fascinating. Did you know that 94% of all people who select that particular button are sexual predators? You see, our choices really do illuminate the very intangible nature of our minds and souls.
I mean, I am a furry, so, you know. Just saying.
Okay, what else can I show you then? This place is the buffalo of game design. Nothing is wasted.
Hey, Trano! It's great to see you again. Alright, so we got a bunch of just stuff. Important rules for properly administering demonstrations. Get right to gameplay. Give a brief summary of the game's plot rather than the full explanation. Hint at the first boss, but don't give away exactly who it is yet. Make all cutscenes skippable. Demo should last exactly 8 minutes. Player should not be confused. Player is very confused right now.
This device tells you whether or not you're inside a video game demonstration. Somewhere around here, there's also a device that tells you whether or not you're inside a device that tells you whether or not you're inside a video game demonstration.
No danger. Nothing in this room will kill you. Well, that's great to know. Compliments?
One of the most important parts of administering any demonstration is pumping up your ego and appealing to insecurities about your sense of self-worth. That's why we use this room to develop cheap compliments to shower on the player during the demo. Go ahead and press that button to see some of the superficial flattery we've been cooking up. My heavens, I've never met someone who can consume as much uranium in a single sitting as you can. Just look at you go.
Hi, Kitsu! Too many kanji sticks! Can
Of
I
all the
please
people
have
I
my
know who are
clothes back?
playing this exact demo at this exact moment and standing in this exact room, your performance is easily in the top 5,000. Top 4,700 even. I won't go as far as 4,600. Let's see. Oh, this is embarrassing. I really can't think of anything else to say. No, you've really exhausted my list of compliments. Goodness, that was fast. Either you or this department has a lot of room for improvement. Okay then, what's next?
Oh, gee. I guess that's all I'm good for. Eating uranium and being in the top 4,600.
Yum yum uranium.
So, how are you, Kitsu? Emotion booths? Actually, did I go into the wall technology one?
Now, I think you'll find this exciting. We've actually developed a wall that you can walk through. Go ahead, give it a shot.
How are you, Kitsu? This thing is going to totally fall over and squish me, isn't it?
Oh, guess it's still in development. Right, okay, moving along.
Okay, then.
As GLaDOS would say,
How's the
you're just
anticipation?
roughing your
Still
face right
feeling it?
across it.
Yeah.
Now, here's what we use to convey story. These booths convert text from a story into raw emotion. Go ahead, step into one of them and feel the sheer power of narrative exposition.
We'll start with the despair first.
Where did these cliffs go? These crags that we stood upon, they shielded us from our own ignorance, spoke coddling words
Looking
and
up.
wrapped our vulnerabilities in a woolen cloth that so many times I tried to set aflame. If I knew these comforts now, would their fibers be any more sensitive to the heat of my touch? Perhaps it was the cold I desired most of all. That empress to whom my flesh was always invisible. A hammock for the bones, waiting to be touched and to be known. Where did these cliffs go? It was though, and within the shame he carried that ocean breeze did drift, the fierceness of the tides, the inevitable collapse of their kingdoms, washed ashore, bereft of shame, martyrs devoid of a cause, ripping and
Is it just
tearing
me, or are
the
they both the
eternal
exact
seas.
same?
A vessel without a captain, carrying itself like plastic in the wind, hinting at a
Or at
purpose
least
that was
same,
stored in some distant memory.
emotion.
If only it could decipher through time's veneer, whose
I will say
memory
there is a
wanted to
hidden
be.
emotion booth you can find.
Well, let's find it. Happiness.
Now, we have to save at least a few emotions for the full game.
Oh, fear. Lovely. Okay, can't go in that one. Ah, I found the secret. Aww. Oh. Ow.
You had fun with that little secret, didn't you?
Yes, yes, I did. In fact, I want a card of it. Coach may find a video of just this so I can download it and add it as a card. It ends way too abruptly. Okay, I'm gonna leave before, you know, I actually literally stand here doing that over and over for the next 3 hours. Because I would be A-okay with that.
Oh, you went in both booths? Oh, how vulnerable of you. If at any point during the demo you need to cry, just let me know and we can take a minute.
I went in all 3 of them. Do you like
now this room is perhaps the most important you'll encounter in the demo. This is where we determine whether or not the demo has been effective. No! What are you doing? You can't make that decision yet. You haven't played the demo. We've put so much work into this demonstration. Wouldn't it be a shame if you rushed right into making a purchasing decision without savoring it first? Let this one simmer. You'll have plenty of time to decide later.
Yes, Glacier, exactly. I was gonna vote no on that just to see what it did.
And there you have it. Everything you need to know about how video game demos are made. However, it's still important that we address safety concerns. Please closely observe the following possible negative side effects of playing the Stanley Parable. If you
Oh,
agree to be held
okay.
100% responsible for any and all injury or long-term damage, mental, physical, or otherwise, that may occur while playing the demo, please do not press the large red glowing disagree button at this time. Nothing? No objections? You're quite sure?
There is no.
Well, all right then. In the event that you do experience one or all of the previously listed symptoms, let's establish a signal for you to convey to me that you wish the demonstration to be terminated. Please step into the dance perimeter. Please perform a dance. Your dance has been recorded. In the event that you feel confused or disoriented by anything you see inside the demo, perform that dance and I will terminate the demo immediately. Right. All preparations have been made. It is time at last. Are you prepared for the Stanley Parable?
I'm doing my dance! Why aren't you doing anything? I guess that doesn't work. Oh, I'm stuck in the bright white void. Does it really just loop over and over?
Oh, wait, what? What are we doing here?
Welcome to the
Did we not-
Stanley Parable demonstration. Your number is 29. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room. Thank you, and have a pleasant demonstration.
Okay, I'm lost. Let's just get back to the green room and start the demo again. I must have done something wrong the first time.
Well, oh. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore the number thing. I'm not waiting for that to get to 29.
Okay, here we go. The Stanley Parable demo, take 2. Finding the demo, learning exactly what the Stanley Parable is. Here it comes. Oh, wait, what's this?
8.
8.
Wait.
Eight.
This is all wrong. This isn't the Stanley
8.
Parable. This is a
8.
game where you press a button and it
8.
says 8. Not
8.
only is the Stanley Parable
8.
not a game about continuously
8.
pressing the number 8,
8.
I can guarantee
8.
that this button does not
8.
appear anywhere in the main
8.
game. Why is it here
8.
instead of the demo for the
8.
Stanley Parable? Where did the
8.
demo go? There was an
8.
actual demo here before.
8.
Something has gone
8.
wrong. It's all gone
8.
horribly wrong. We need to
8.
get you out of here before you start forming
8.
impressions of the Stanley Parable based
8.
on whatever the hell this 8 game
8.
is. We need to get out. We
8.
need to start over. You mustn't
8.
stay here another minute.
8.
Out. Go.
8. 8. 8.
Welcome to the 8
Now,
game.
I think perhaps you've misunderstood me, so let me reiterate as clearly as I can.
8.
This is not
8.
the
8.
Stanley Parable.
8.
What you are doing is pushing a button
8.
over and
8.
over that does nothing but speak the
8.
word 8. Has that gotten
8.
through? You may be
8.
continuing to press this button under
8.
the impression you're playing
8.
the Stanley Parable right
8.
now. An assumption that is, I should
8.
remind you again,
8.
entirely erroneous.
8. 8. 8.
Doesn't even make sense. Why would I
8.
have gone to all of this elaborate
8.
setup just to
8.
demonstrate a game that doesn't do a single
8.
thing except repeat
8.
the word 8? The waiting
8.
room, the green
8.
room, the tour of the facility, all of that for no
8.
reason other than to
8.
contextualize and
8.
build up this particular game.
8.
Why? What about this
8.
game deserves any of that time
8.
and attention? Are you seeing something in it that
8.
I'm not?
8. 8. 8. 8.
Okay, here's the deal.
8.
It isn't possible
8.
that you still think this is
8.
the Stanley Parable.
8.
I've restated the fact
8.
too many times.
8.
Which means that you are
8.
now consciously choosing
8.
to delay the actual
8.
demo as long as possible. Is that it? Are you afraid of the
8,
Stanley Parable?
8,
I suppose another possibility is that you can't hear me because you're playing with the sound off.
8,
In which case, what are you
8,
even getting out of this 8 game in the
8,
first place? The
8,
scenario is perhaps even more concerning.
8,
Oh, I agree, Glacier.
8, 8.
You really are finding this amusing,
8,
aren't you? The
8,
experience of pushing a button and it says
8,
8. Is this
8,
intrinsically captivating
8,
to you on its own as a
8,
legitimate experience? I mean,
8,
I'm starting to wrap my head around
8,
the idea, but it's not all the way there.
8,
How do you get into this
8,
demo? Are you our
8,
target market for the game? Should I be
8,
concerned for the Stanley Parable sales
8,
numbers right now?
8, 8, 8, 8,
The funny
Octo!
thing is,
8,
you haven't even played the Stanley Parable yet.
8,
How can
Octo
you be
cute.
sure
8,
that this is a better game?
8,
Is this simply more
8,
compelling than you imagine the
8,
Stanley Parable to be?
8,
Have you formed such a
8,
rich vision of the game already?
8,
What exactly did I do that gave you
8,
such a miserable, awful
8,
impression of what it's like to play the
8,
Stanley Parable? Was it the dance?
8,
Yes, it was
8,
almost certainly the dance.
8,
I regret that
8,
now.
8, 8,
Oh yeah, we're playing the Octo game.
8,
Well, the good part is that if
8,
this is your metric for quality in a
8,
game, when we do get to the
8,
Stanley Parable, you'll be thrilled, shocked,
8,
blown
8,
away. Every one
8,
of your faculties will be
8,
enraptured by the experience
8,
of a game that does anything
8,
more than say 8 over and
8,
over. Yes, I
8,
can't wait for your entire world to be shattered
8,
and rebuilt. A
8,
magical moment we'll
8,
all share together.
8, 8, 8,
Oh, I'm not going to pretend I don't know
8,
what's going on here.
8,
You're so utterly
8,
compelled by this game that you don't
8,
intend to stop playing it
8,
until you pass out from physical exhaustion. Well, tell you
8,
what, I'll just be right
8,
here and wait for
8,
you to finish.
8,
I'm sure the Stanley Parable demo
8,
will still be out there
8,
somewhere when you're all
8,
done. In the meantime, I'm going to stop
8,
acknowledging you
8,
and just let you get it out
8,
of your system.
8,
Please, enjoy the
8,
8 game.
8,
Take as much time as you need.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8,
Is he actually gonna stop?
8, 8,
8.
8,
8,
8,
8,
8,
8,
8,
8.
8,
Octo,
8,
Octo, Octo,
8,
Octo, Octo, Octo,
8,
Octo,
8,
Octo,
8,
Octo,
8,
Octo cute,
8,
Octo cute,
8,
Octo cute.
eight,
It's just the Octo game. That's what it is.
8, 8, 8.
All right.
Oh, you're done. Well, in that case, what do you say we get back to business and start this demo over from the top?
Sure. Oh, do I have to actually walk all the way back? Yeah, it looks like I do.
Aren't you glad you got to play the 8 game?
Yes, yes, I am.
Welcome to the
Yes,
Stanley
yes,
Parable
yes, we heard it all the
demonstration.
first time.
Your number is 30. When your number is displayed, please enter the demonstration room.
Okay, now let's take a minute to get something straight here. When you sit down to play this demo, you are assuming an amount of responsibility for its outcome. Now, I can't say for certain whether you caused us to encounter the 8 game rather than the Stanley Parable, but I think it's a pretty safe assumption that you had something to do with it. At this time, please take a minute to think about all of the mistakes you've made in playing this demonstration, as well as your lack of respect for demo taking in general.
Oh god, I need this too. This would be a perfect thing.
Wonderful.
Please
I can
post,
really feel the
you know,
introspection
stuff
on
for
my
the
end.
reminders
Now that
for
we're
me
all
in
on
the
the same
Streamlit
page again,
channel.
I feel ready to attempt the
Toshime.
demonstration once more. In this third attempt, we shall truly come to understand the meaning of the Stanley Parable. Let the demonstration begin.
I agree, Raike. Like, holy crap, the scripting for this game. I cannot even imagine their storyboard. But yeah, think about mistakes screen. That would make a perfect general card. Just bring that up on stream whenever I make mistakes, so you guys let me remember and think about my mistakes. I might have to manually go record it when I'm offline.
It's not the full thing, but it's a clip at least.
A clip? Alrighty. There you all go with those rewards. On to the next battle. You know, I can see that, Glacier. I can absolutely see that being the case. Place your troops for the next battle, everybody.
Can't be over yet. You didn't see anything. Everything that was supposed to demonstrate why the Stanley Parable is a quality experience worth your time and money. It was here somewhere, I'm sure of it. Oh, no. We have to get out of here. We have to find something for you to do, anything. The demo cannot end like this. Hurry, this way. Okay, yes. This is new. This is different. Surely there must be a game somewhere in here.
Storage room?
Okay. Oh, how about this cup? Yes, go pick up the cup. All right, now put it, in the bin.
Oh, I was hoping he'd have a...
You did it! You won! You know what you get for winning? An achievement. Wow, the Stanley Parable...
Wait, really? There really is an achievement? Oh my god.
just keeps getting better and better. In fact, let me take a little survey of your experience. Based on what you've played so far, would you purchase the Stanley Parable?
I don't get it. What is this?
What a clear and straightforward demonstration of the merits of the Stanley Parable. I am convinced of the quality of the full game.
Incredible. You really do get it. You
That
understand.
wasn't even
I
one of
was
the
so
options.
worried. I just wanted you to know what I see in the Stanley Parable. What I think makes it, well, special. It's so very difficult to put into words. Oh, we're all beyond that now, aren't we? Come along. Let's get to the end and the final choice.
Okay.
Ending. Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, there's the disagree button.
Is this it? Yes, the end. Now, this is where we want the demo to be over. And I think it's time for you to log your final decision as to whether or not the Stanley Parable is any good. And it all comes to this. Please consider very carefully before answering. Much is at stake. Is it working? Are you sure? You sure you pressed the button? What? No, we finished the demo. Did it start again? Hello? Is anyone there? They already finished. They said they liked it. I need someone to stop the demo.
No, I hit the no button.
We need to go back. We need to get out of here.
Uh-oh. Now what happened? Is this because I hit the no button?
Oh no, what's going on? Where is everyone? Okay, over to the left, down this way.
Yeah, I apparently broke everything. Very much so.
Now you're trying to hit yes.
I'm trying to hit no again.
Oh, nice and quiet. Finally. Well, I suppose we can both agree that I failed, haven't I? My job was to be a teacher, and I so badly wanted to teach you exactly what the Stanley Parable is supposed to be, but somehow I couldn't. Well, at any rate, I don't know if I care for the Stanley Parable anymore. Do you think any of this is actually in the main game? Honestly, I doubt it. What would that even look like? No, I think I've had enough of it. No more doors, no more demonstrations, no more endings. That's the other problem with this game. There's too many bloody endings. I'm sick of them. How can one game end so many times? It doesn't make sense. Oh, but back at the beginning of the demonstration, now, that was lovely. No concerns about where it was all going. No confusion. Just a blank slate. Yeah, that's what I want. A game of beginnings. Hey, do you remember, just a few minutes ago, when we met for the first time, and I showed you the technology used to make the demo, because I thought there actually
Did I break
was
it?
a demo.
No.
Oh, we were so naive back then. How little we knew.
He's showing
the
you
world.
around.
And then when we ended up back in the waiting room, even though you'd already done that before, yes, it's all so fresh in my memory. They were such wonderful moments. Oh, and then when we played the game with the cup and you won, and then we kept wandering and we ended up in a stairwell somewhere, and we just kept climbing and climbing, flight after flight after flight. I thought they would never end. And then we were on some kind of catwalk. I didn't have any idea what was down there. Did you? And we just kept going, and we found that elevator, and it said escape on it. We talked about it for a while, about how we couldn't possibly know whether this was really an escape, but it seemed worth a try.
None of this
At the very
happened!
least, it would be an adventure. So we got inside,
I mean, you
and we
didn't
rode
put
the
the cup in the
elevator
bin?
up and up and up. We had some sense at the end.
I
was
didn't go
coming,
in an
but we
elevator.
couldn't possibly know when. And then after so long, it finally stopped, and we stepped out into the lush outdoors, the trees, the wildlife, the sun rising on a new and glorious path. Freedom. We were free. There was nothing to think, nothing to know. Simply us being right there in that moment. Wasn't it so beautiful? Wasn't that moment so singularly, piercingly beautiful? We were free.
Oh, I know this spot.
When you were singular free, after you escape. And then Stanley.
Well, okay. That was enjoyable. I'm glad you made me go do it.
8.
8. 8! Octo! What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. It is 5:59 p.m. There you go. God. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? No, I don't. Not at all. Why? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Well, okay then. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is never the end, is never the end.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
See you later, Octo.
Or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
A timely reappearance. The dungeon awaits.
Lord Cirrus just resubscribed for 31 months. Boop.
Hi there, Cyrus. Thank you so much for that resub. I really appreciate it. And your 31 months of support. I'm gonna be honest though, I'm kind of debating going and taking a nap real quick. Or not necessarily real quick, but you know. I am running on very little energy. Very little sleep. Yeah, kind of lacking energy today. I didn't get enough sleep at all. I nap real slow. Like we just got into this, so I think what I'm going to do is take that small nap and then be back, and I'll post on the Discord and stuff that I'm here again and whatnot when I'm ready. And yeah, we'll get going again. Sorry for this, everybody. Just, you know, one of those things. Self-care and all that. I definitely don't self-care properly. Don't follow my example. And hello again, everybody, and welcome back to the stream. I apologize for that nap there. Short nap turned into long nap, but I'm feeling much better now. We are doing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe version, edition, whatever it is. And we're diving into new content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No. We go this way.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Well, I appreciate it, Chris. Hey, I want to go over there. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's a mug. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm getting some real portable.
And thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Okay, that was a thing. Hello, Wolf. So fair warning to those that have come in. Spoilers. If you are interested in playing this game, while I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, do not watch. I would appreciate it if you leave a lurk, but don't watch. Because this game is something that you do not want spoiled for you. It is an amazing game. And very fun. Very, very fun. And that is fair, Coldfire. I appreciate you hanging out with me. that's for the people that are interested in playing it. As much as I can use the support and appreciate the people hanging out, I would rather you guys enjoy the game in full without it being spoiled that way. So, yeah. This game is crazy, but it's fun.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
The elevator isn't even going anywhere.
Is it broken? What's
Oh.
going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Oh, well, no, I'm gonna just sit here. Hello there, Screaming Death. Yeah, that is very fair, Coldfire. Very, very fair. Thank you for the head pats, Jaffer. Not gonna lie, was kind of hoping he'd have comments about me just sitting there, but okay.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump! Only a few times, but I can jump! Don't use them all? Okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm not sure I'm ready.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Uh-oh. Well, that's certainly different. God, these reality benders are annoying. That's what the narrator is. He's an escaped SCP. I don't know which one. But he is clearly an escaped SCP, and he's a very powerful reality bender. Okay, I'm terrified now. Something just vented. Let me back into my office! Okay.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What? An alien that's gonna rip my face off? Oh God. Yes, Karma. Yes. I approve wholeheartedly. He is SCP-343. And Divine, I typically go the opposite way of what he tells me to go first, but today I decided to go with it. The hell? No. Oh, right, I can't jump. Fuck! Okay, I guess we're going into the ancient temple of doom. Is there something over here I can mess around with? Where's my flashlight? Wait, what?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
I have not played that game, Hallow, but it's been on my radar to play. Yeah, honestly, Karma, he did. It's kind of part of why I wanted to go with what he said this time is he sounded genuinely excited. Like, it wasn't just him narrating, it was him being like, hey, 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 come, I want to show you this. Come on, come on.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Hey there, Octo. And yes, Paldo and Wolfab, that's quite accurate. Oh. They've got the mask guys. Hi, Orem.
Just because it's not filming doesn't mean Hi.
The original remake. Thank you.
I wouldn't put it on your nose if you don't have a muzzle.
You know, that's a great question, Divine. And knowing this game, it'd do something weird. Well, doesn't actually seem to do anything, but there is that interesting, symbol on it. Yes, hello there, Zoro. Actually, Adoram did give up the cookies. He came and left a cookie for me. Ah, yes, the demo. Okay.
I think you should just take the night off.
Ah!
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est la pluie de l'eau.
What is going on here?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh. Wait, why do they have a picture of Portal here? And Minecraft? What the heck? Memory zone maintenance. Oh, hey, the blue and red doors. Wait, there's a Minecraft ending? I guess I did miss a few endings in the base one. But
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
hey, there's the serious room. Where am I supposed to go now? It might be, knowing this game. I really have no idea.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
They won't let me get a cold drink.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. These reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I'm pretty sure the Steam reviews I saw were mostly positive, or overwhelmingly positive for this game. In fact, I'm curious. Let me, Okay, there were definitely some people that did not like it. Yeah, I'm really not sure what to expect with all this so far. This is new content that they added. It is a remake, but it's also more content to the game. See, here's one that's recommended.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, they very much don't, Karma. Yeah, they definitely cherry-picked bad reviews for this. So I'm still very interested where they're going with all this.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Uh-oh. I have to check back here. Hey, they actually put some stuff back here.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this.
the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah.
I'm content to let him keep going.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is.
What is it?
Billions left until so much more than forever ago, which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah.
So he has restarted
We've
it.
eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until
But we're gonna run Stream Raiders and let him keep
the
going.
logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there.
All right, in first place we have Caruso with most assists, then Engineer Rob with
so much
most
more
kills,
than forever ago,
and
which is
in
why
third
I
place
say,
is Kajiru,
the story and the choices,
and
or what have
then
you,
special
and therefore,
mention
by
for
becoming it is,
Coldfire
so
with
on and
Max
so forth,
Troops.
until inevitably,
The gold goes to
we all until
Coldfire, and the
end
Bomber
of
Scrolls
time,
to
at which time
Alex.
everything all at once,
Congratulations.
so, now you see, blah 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 blah.
He was given free reign over
We've
this.
eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000
right, everybody,
years,
place
until
your
just
troops.
yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much?
Fine.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying
Coldfire, I know it was looping.
Erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been.
I thought you said you wouldn't hit the button, bad.
Mortal and yet timeless thought. Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite. You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once.
This is the Stanley Parable, Rocco.
And not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've got me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise.
Okay, I'm going to assume he'll just keep repeating.
Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing
I have been
technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
What? Where did the subtitles go? I think he died.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into the room?
Yes.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without
you're
a
missing
door of
the
some
S at
sort,
the
or
end.
window
Bad.
or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button.
What,
got it? Yes.
What I don't get...
I'll be right back.
Well, that was perfect timing. Yes, Rocco, this game is very weird. Vox! Hello there! Gluey Sticks! How are you, Vox? Kaji Sticks too! Oh my, oh me! What a wonderful day! Oh, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that, Vox. Alright, Hello Wolf, I'll see you later. No, Rocco, this is definitely not a horror game. Though, for all I know, it might have a horror game inside of it. I mean, they literally put Rocket League into this game.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise.
Alright, Bad. See you later.
And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse...
It was targeting you, Rocco?
Whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety.
I don't want to leave him alone.
Oh, no. I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have
Okay, he's repeating now.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't
what do you
lose
mean,
myself in the
Karma? Is
stretch of
anybody else
emptiness
seeing
between
this?
you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, that I know you're so tremendously
seeing any
far
indication
away.
of
and
it.
in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness.
Okay.
I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us work. Let us not run from it.
Wolfab.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur.
I am not James.
Longing to undo the past.
This is a lie.
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending,
Good to hear,
no singular
Karma.
outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Yeah, I feel really bad about just pressing the button. hear something very faint. Okay, he doesn't seem to have anything to say now. Did we kill him? Why is the smoke detector going off?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have
Wait,
a
what?
point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency,
okay, Jake.
it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time.
You?
If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our head.
Okay.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the.
I really feel bad for this narrator. Okay, we are getting a lot of water leaking over here now. Zorro, I asked you earlier and you decided not to respond to me. Your pack has been sent. Holy crap, how long have I been out this time? Okay, now it's getting super creepy. What the hell? Well, now we got sunlight. Ah, nature is reclaiming the building. How pretty. Oh. Oh, God.
I ate his liver with a nice Chianti and some fava beans.
Zoroark 720 has purchased 1 Variety Gaming Interactions packs.
Thank you very much for that support, Zorro. Have we gone to hell? Are we dead? Okay, game, you are legitimately creeping me the hell out now. Uh-oh. Can I hit the button, push the button again? Everything is just nothing. All society has collapsed. The end is now. The end was never supposed to be the end. But the end is here. It has come. Wait, what? The hell?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Was that it for the new content? Ow! New content. I see.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Kaji sticks! Oh, I have a message. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley
Yes, I
Parable
have, Jaffer.
and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Well, okay. But it's time for Stream Raiders. Yeah, I noticed that the loading screen, when I reach an ending, says the end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Alrighty. In first place, we have Darth Minos. And in second, okay, with most assists. And then in second place, we have Catalicat with, well, nothing particular. And then number 3, we've got Not Ninja Stapler. The Berserker Scroll goes to Achi, and the gold to Tsunami-san and Coldfire. Congratulations. Is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I mean, I would already be very much on board with a Stanley Parable 2. Testing 2 printers at the same time. Oh God. We're at Aperture.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Hello there, Wostein. I tripped you out for a second? How so? Old plus busted, new hotness. You had just pulled onto the dirt road for home thinking, man, this work well flew by? What? I did not mean to do that, whoa. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end, 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 the end. The fern! Guys, the fern is back! The fern! Am I not the only one that got completely broken by the fern? I clearly must not be.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Why is there a bus in here?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The Stanley Parable 2 Reassurance Bucket. Was the bucket in the base game? Because I never came across it. Okay. Because everybody keeps talking about the bucket, and it was like I never saw it, and
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
okay.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself... Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim. Do you feel it in your soul?
Wait, what?
Are you really, truly
My
Jim
cult?
right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it
Cult
again.
of Jim. Well, hey there, Jimbo.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only
Hey
new
there,
feature
Blue.
in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Okay, thank you, whoever played that. Toshime, thank you.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh God, do not use that carpet. Ever. In any situation. Absolutely no. Oh, that's in the game. Okay. Somebody's cell phone is freaking out here. Or not cell phone, speakers. Please, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I decided to take a screenshot to see if they would actually do anything. Wait. I'm stuck here now! Oh wait, hello there. We'll go with blue.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
I see. Oh, all of these have been updated with those.
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
So you're turning everybody into chocobos now, huh, Wostein?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
All right,
Can you imagine
Octo,
what a
thanks
pain
for
in the
coming
ass that
by.
would be? Yes, the bucket is the
Keep being
perfect
cute.
solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it
While
has
he's
made
talking,
you the
I'll be right back.
slightest
I'm gonna
bit
get
more
water.
attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
And I have returned with a bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Well, I now have a bucket. Hi, Alex.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
The hell? Okay, so the jump circle is over there. The map, of course, is right there. Apparently there is a free achievement that should be like... Oh, right there. Never mind!
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement.
Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Well, lame. How else am I gonna completionist this game?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Well, there's whatever's over here. What's up, Toshime?
Joke.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. Isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to walk up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just...
Yeah, I am really surprised I didn't splat.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my idea. Oh, for heaven... You see? The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
It is not.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I could easily climb out of this hole. Uh-oh. What's that noise? Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Guys! Help! Help! Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What, change my perspective? Oh my god. Okay, well, this is entertaining. Okay, I'm digging the music. Embrace reality, Wostein? Very well, I shall embrace reality. Oh, now I am Robot. I'm upside down. Oh God.
Stanley? Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland.
I was enjoying that.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Okay. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Okay. Well, it's time for Stream Raiders. Apparently I got myself an end. An ending. Start the battle. Alrighty. In first place, we have Epic Hawk with most assists. In second place, we have Caruso. And then in third place, we have Specialist. And a special mention for Baggy with the mixed troops, as well as Lane with most kills. Shall I go back to the button that says Jim? Alright, I will do so. The Monk Scrolls go to Coldfire and Alex. The Flying Rogue Scrolls go to Jake, Chris, and Swavenger. On to the next battle. We shall skirt across the top. But really the mid-top. There it goes. Now, place your troops, everyone, if you would be so very kind. You heard Jim in the game? Oh wait, this has actually changed. Oh, the button's not here. Lame! Also, everybody, I have decided that we are naming the bucket Jim. Clearly, the Jim is referring to the buckets. Blue, this is... I don't even know. Did I go see everything over here yet? Ow! I can't open the door. I cannot go back to the hole. Hi, Jim. Yes. Excellent, everyone. The button was very clearly talking about the bucket. For this is the true Jim. We are getting some thunder.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay, this is creepy. What the fuck? Yay!
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Is this one of them that I can collect? No. I'm curious if I can collect more of them somewhere. There's a box around me? Oh, yes, Yes, Karma. Oof, that's a pretty big, lightning strike. Where are you going, Blue? I did not give you permission to leave. Where is it? Not there. Wait, yes, there. Karma, you can be a hat cat now.
Joke.
You get yourself up there,
A dinosaur.
and you can sit on my head.
A dinosaur.
Well, I suppose you can leave, Blue,
A dinosaur.
but I would be very
Epilogue would be
upset.
fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
I love how he updated it to mostly infinite hole. Where else is there for me to go? Go, do, and see.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yes, yes, I have.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end, is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end, 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 never, never, the end is never the end. Oh no, the end is only a beginning. Yes, that's it. It all makes sense now. The end is never the end. Well, thank you, Jaffer. I suppose you knocked some sense back into me. And yes, Toshime, remind me and I will absolutely do it.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
Woasteen_oil says,
Orders came to
the
him
end is
through a
never the
monitor
end is
on
never the
desk,
end is never the
telling
end
him what
error.
buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Peace, I'm out!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then.
The end is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone? Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
Uh-oh.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception.
What?
This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow. No, said the bucket.
Has a
Not
brow?
since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I
what?
stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game.
I killed Jim already!
Go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Where the hell did I get the knife? Ow! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to murder Jim.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I didn't know that's what would happen. I'm sorry.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I don't believe that Jim was a monster. I have played the adventure line on the
clutched the bucket
game.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No, we go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Aw, that's all you got to say?
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
This is not what I was expecting.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Actually, that is exactly what I wanted. But at the same time, the Broom Closet. Aw, no commentary. Well, following the Adventure Line.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes! The music!
Rhonda's calls invites you to go on an adventure. Follow the adventure line
Double Adventure Line!
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember
Oh, they
all
took
those
it away.
great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Bum 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 bum. Where's all my Adventure Line music? Yes, yes it is, Karma. Nope. Let me back through!
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
What?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye,
Hi, Kitsu.
new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, I couldn't even put the bucket in there anyways, Toshime. Kitsu, I have said this before, but I actually turned off the try to catch me thing, pending some adjustments to it. So, just FYI. It will come back soon.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Fetch is cute! Did you all know that Fetch is super cute? And for that matter, so is Kitsu.
The confusion
no,
and the
nobody
chaos
has
all
yet, Alex.
seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Chat is very cute. Oh yes, Fetch would be adorable at a tea party.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I mean, it's more I
the
caught
way to
him,
the meeting room,
Toshime.
but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Trust me, no he isn't, Jaffer.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yep, exactly. Alex, you are part of chat, therefore you are also cute. I am not part of chat, therefore I am not cute.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
That's something
Stanley
new.
did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, but Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Death. Alright, Stream Raiders. We have Kajiru with a very cute bomber. Look at that cute bomber. And we also have Karusu with the epic Razor Warrior. Spicy. Start the battle. Hey, Kitsu, you want to do some Phasmo tonight? Phasmo. Phasmo. So, in first place, we have Kaji with most kills. Then Caruso in second place, followed by Catalicat in third with most assists. And a special mention to the Wostein with max troops. Ah! Why? Why screaming death? Why? What have I done to deserve this? The flag bearer scrolls go to Chris and Divine Warrior, and the gold to Dophis, Seriocon, and Alex D20. Thank you all for participating in the stream raters. Your support of the channel is greatly appreciated. More Razor Warrior. Now back to the game. Duke, Duke, Duke.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
The end is never the end is never the end. Well, this is new. Oh my god, guys. These, I don't even know what these are. Have you guys ever seen weird stuff like this? Is this some kind of new technology? I know what a cassette is. Ah! Too many glow sticks!
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down, it doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
What the hell have I stumbled into?
I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Okay, I was not expecting this much, character for a bucket. Anyways, Sirio, thank you so much for supporting the channel and grabbing yourself an awesome spicy Razor Warrior. I really appreciate it. It gets us closer to another skin and supports the channel.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
An earnest disciple.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled.
Unsung D,
He'd
thank you
never
very
be
much
alone
for
again.
that
Not
follow.
truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
And we got a sticker. Sticker.
Stanley
Can I add a
touched the
sticker
bucket
to my
tightly
bucket?
to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Wait,
Was
can
this
I really
wrong?
add...
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Can I really add stickers to my
Stanley took
bucket?
the door on his left, to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Except for that. That was not what the bucket asked. Because I am in charge of my own destiny.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Let me send you your pack, Wostein. Your pack has been sent. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
Gentlemen,
this should tell us
synchronize
everything
your
we'll
buckets.
ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct.
Hey
It
there,
is a
chat.
hologram
Just
of a
thought
bucket,
you should know that
not an
Worsteen
actual
underscore
bucket.
oil thinks you're cute.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
That is a surprisingly high detailed tractor,
Is this a
by the
bucket?
way. Like, for a throwaway gag, that is an impressively highly detailed tractor.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Wait, what?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Wait, what?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Nothing is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Yes, but buckets are nothing.
What happened?
Dusk the Zacian.
Why did everything disappear? Wait.
Thank you very much for the follow and welcome.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything is a bucket. Karma is a bucket. Wostein is a bucket. Chat is a bucket. Everything is a bucket. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room.
The good
Intriguing.
old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay. I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
His wife is fake, so I don't know what's going on here. And yes, Hansung, you are indeed a bucket. Blue is a bucket. Kitsu is a bucket. Everything is a bucket. And no, that little sign was not there before.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I actually want to see this meeting. Oh, that. I know where to find all of these. Then again, this is a very short game, so...
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. No. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
What?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's
sticker!
No more debate, no more discussion. Take
I
our
have a
hype
sticker!
closet with all your meandering philosophical diatribes
There's a
about the nature
sticker
of
on the
cleaning
bucket!
supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
I can shipwreck?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Is that all he's got to say? All right. That makes sense now. Alright, well, I guess he's got nothing more to say to me.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh, I love the narrator too, Karma.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something
Yes, I
occurred
want
to
stickers.
Stanley. Maybe, he thought to
Fill
himself,
the screen
maybe
with stickers,
I am crazy.
everyone!
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the
All
bucket.
the stickers.
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
All of them.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's
But it
bucket,
says property
perhaps.
of
How did
Stanley
I end
on
up
it?
with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from
Wait,
this.
where did my
Who
bucket
knows
go?
What sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without
Where
the
is my bucket?
psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Bucket!
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them
Where
were
is
his.
my
None of them
bucket?
were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
But it had a sticker on it.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Well, that just happened.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
My bucket!
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Beep. Beep, 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 beep.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
But stickers. I like stickers. Speaking of, did you all know that you could grab stickers from our merch store? Various art that we've gotten for the channel. Fine. I will move on.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Oh, what class is that, Neon? What is the dancer? Neon, I would like to look it over before it's approved for being used in the community. It is from an unofficial source, Serio. Has Digi approved it? Also, it is time for Stream Raiders. Let's see, we have a lot of epics now. Oh, we have template username with an epic Templar. Sirio with a cute Kaji bomber. Do go grab that. That does support a friend of the channel, Kajiru. We also have Karusu with an epic spicy razor warrior. And Chris with an epic monk. Ah, hi there, Tiger. Duke, 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 Duke. And Back Panther also with an epic. Alright, let's start the battle. Alrighty, in first place we have Sirio with most kills, followed by Karusu, and then in third place Swavenger with most assists, and a special mention for Darthias with max troops. The Vampire Scroll goes to Blue Draconics, and the gold to Sirio and Kaji. Congratulations. And place your troops for the next battle, everybody. And follow the Razor Warrior into battle.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
8.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
No, clearly the PIN number is 8.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8,
2845.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
Forgot. It turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, what did he do?
There's a spider right in front of me. A small one on a web. Oh, there it goes. Itty bitty tiny. Bye, spider. It was an itty bitty spider. Now the spider has gone. Drifted away in the fan from the AC. Never to be heard from again. Ah, here it is.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
When I first saw the spider, I thought it was a speck of dust. It was so tiny. Like a little tiny piece of floof from my kitty or something. But no, it was a spider. But now
and the blood spills.
Wait, what? Oh! Jeez,
The elevator raced downward.
plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Interesting. Well, let's go try pressing the number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I did not get back in the elevator. And that is not fun, Neon. Okay, the 3 doesn't seem to do anything.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet, not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
I'm not even putting in 3 now. Wait, really,
Stanley and the
Toshime?
bucket was so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Yes. Yes,
For
it
months,
will.
he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
8. 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 8. 3 3 3 3 3 3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
8. 8. 8. 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3 3.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit. Only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Well, that was depressing as hell. Jim, how could you do this to us? Oh, new hallway.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Oh, I get that feeling all the time, Karma.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Not this time. Not yet, Toshime. After all, the end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
The end is never the end. The end is
the
never
door
the
behind
end.
them was not shut.
The end is never
Stanley
the
and the
end.
bucket still
Is
had
never the
every
end.
opportunity to
Is
turn
never the
around
end.
and get back on
Is
track.
never the end. Is
At
never
this
the
point,
end.
Stanley and the
Is
bucket
never
were
the end.
knowingly
Is never
walking
the end. Is
forward
never the
into a
end.
very painful
Is never
death
the
for
end.
each of them.
It's okay. I have Jim.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
The bucket's still alive! Jim is still alive!
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Wait, where did the bucket go? Where did Jim go? Jimbo is gone. Jim welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept that an open mind, what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness, without Jim? You're right. I don't deserve Jim anymore. Some might say I never deserved a Jim.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Jeez. This one's brutal. 25. That is a hell of a lot more than 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. A bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Oh, jeez. Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. The stress bucket, an analogy. Presented without commentary. Okay.
We have first blood.
What? Oh, Toshime. Really? While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oops. Okay, there we go. There's an ominous glow from that hallway. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. The hole is here, guys! Oh, I was expecting to fall into the hole.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision of the...
Well, that happened. Wait.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Well,
in here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
Of course that's a blurb. Of course it is.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing?
Oh, no.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
What?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny!
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader.
I'm learning how to tell
very
jokes.
Existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared
With
to
a
give our
hailstorm
lives
of bullets
to
and
this noble
mandibles.
cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
My goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing
we
are
got lots
still
of
as
people
relevant
here.
today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward
I only
is for
brought
us
two
to
with me. I
return
told you
to
I was
the
bringing
two
plus
doors
two.
and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my
I did.
story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
All right. Well, we're going to have to go see that again because they already... Yes, there is a tiger here, Alex.
Stanley was an incredibly incompetent person. In fact, he was so bad at even the simplest of tasks. He
I'm
made Sire
Dunny
widows
with the
look
funny.
competent in comparison. Incredible.
I am Dunny with the funny. Now we go get scared.
Eh.
Okay, not very scared, but you know.
I just saw tigers.
Huh?
Your name in here. I've never
Yeah.
noticed that before.
Yeah. Do you see the picture?
Yeah, it looks so good.
Oh, shit.
I like it.
Great. I'm happy
Yeah.
for you.
Very cute.
Fox will get his
Yeah,
own
it's
Martin
cute.
icon eventually. As will
Yeah.
Kaji.
So
Wait,
since
what?
I've already been Martinified, if you don't want to be Martinified, I'm gonna give you a secret. If you don't want to be Martinified, avoid saying the word Duke.
Duke? What is Duke?
Ah, son of a.
Well,
Okay, so Vox
they-
wants to be Martinified.
Oh, I heard it from Kaji too.
Uh-oh.
I think Vox only said it once. I was the one going doop 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 doop. And,
Yeah,
and I
so-
blame my ferret friend Alex for getting me to saying Duke all the time.
So clearly it seems that Kaji will have to be Martinified first, and then we get Vox.
I also have
Apparently.
a proto kitsune in the works too.
Ooh, I can't wait to see that. I love protos.
Protos
sounds
are so
cool.
good. I want to make a proto avatar be like lavender proto. It would be so cute. Little purple lavender eyes. And
Purple.
it dispenses glow sticks
Oh my god.
or kaji sticks or whatever.
Only
Alright.
Okay,
Wait a
I'm
minute.
proud of that. That's one of mine, and it's gone everywhere.
Yeah, I know. Fortune.
It's gotten to Stream Raiders.
Yes, it has. Give me just one moment. Let me wrap up this previous stream and or game, and I'll switch over.
Okay, I believe.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I will be back in just a few moments with Courage Martin's Frightful Tales. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. There on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.